Neffos. Can we get Old Yeller? I love movies with happy endings.
Can we get Old Yeller? I love movies with happy endings. I'm not sure if it played over the title screen or not. Welcome, Belle. Hope your Tuesday, or it's Thursday, yeah. Shit, wow. No, wait. Yeah, it's Thursday, wow. I forgot what day it was. I think it's spammable once every so often. Like, I know it's on a cooldown. So, like, you won't be able to do it for, like, at least another, like, 8 minutes, probably. Though, I don't know. I don't even know if it's on a 10-minute cooldown. Let's see. Just playing up some old stuff or trash. Get my Pokemans ready. My CPU's off the fucking roof, because of course it is. All right, let's see.
Nephos.
Alrighty. Let's get our Pokemans on. Am I a plant person? I mean, like, I can appreciate plants. I don't grow any, but I can appreciate them. All right, we're going to try screen filter for this. You may have one for me in a week. Oh boy. I need to be on the lookout then. So yeah, we're going to try just running with the Game Boy Light filter. Which, in case you didn't know, there was a third iteration of the Game Boy. Let me double check the volume. All right, pretty good, pretty good. Yeah, the Game Boy Light is what it's called. And I think it was Japan only. But essentially just gave you a better lit screen. Now we're not on the harsh black and white screen that was on all day on the other day. Let's see. So we gotta get our team ready. We got a lot of different things to get ready. Get rid of Pansage. God damn it. I don't want to get rid of our starter, but fuck. I'm gonna make rid of... Yeah. Gotta put away our starter for now. We need Pampor. We need... Pine Dove. Alright, I already have all 6. Alright, and let's look. So, where we're at. So we need this guy for our next gym. Not, actually, the gym after Misty. We need this guy for Misty. We need this guy for, like, gyms, like, 4 or 5 levels later. Which I just gotta, like... So, the one thing I realized is I just got a lot of Pokemon to train. There's just no two ways about it with this challenge. We're just gonna have to grind. Patrat still needs to evolve. We're going to have to get this guy to evolve. Okay, I know which one I forgot. I was like, I know I'm forgetting one. I just don't know who to get rid of. Well, if you're out and about, stay cool. God damn it, I dropped connection. It's like, as soon as I start saying something. But yeah, if you're out and about, stay cool out there. Oh god, I forgot. Heal or drink use items. Whirlwind. Nah. But yeah, if you're out and about, I hope you're drinking water. It's very, very hot. So it looks like it's about to storm too now. Alright, Nugget Bridge. We got a bunch of different Pokemon that we just need to get leveled up. So this is just going to be a lot of switching. There's no set battling here today. Until Misty, at least. Bring it. Bring it. As long as it doesn't knock my power out. Which... Oh, we need Sweetle. Also, it might... Yeah, I was like, wait a second. Looks a little off. Alright, just want to make sure. Oh. Alright. And yeah, we just gotta stick to our switch in and switch out strategy. So we just got like a ton of Pokemon we have to get ready for the Elite Four. Good thing I did look ahead and just start like kind of figuring out who and what I need to start focusing on. Like once Patrat like beats Misty, we're fucking done with him. Gets thrown to the wayside for the rest of the playthrough. Who else? Whirlipede, sadly, like, is done after this as well, which sucks because Whirlipede is like one of my favorite Pokemon. Patrat. Unleash its energy! Bruh. I got it asleep twice, and it woke up same turn twice. That's unbelievable luck. And that was just a one turn sleep. Shelmet. Whoa, good stuff. Yeah, we're going to have to run back here, heal. No biggie. Another part of the challenge we gotta like remember is, so in this ROM hack you get all the starters. It's kind of like Ash's playthrough in Yellow. In that sense. What is it? What else you do? But yeah, we will get all the starters. And for our challenge, we have to grab the third starter. And use that for the Elite Four challenge. So... we gotta use Swivel. And it's evolved forms. We gotta get this bird. Because we need this bird for like the 5th gym and the Elite Four. Send Drillbur out. Oh, okay. Dribbler's not going to be able to take these hits. Come on, Dribbler, you can do it. I could have sworn I just like heard like. Oh shit! My door's open. I was like, man, I can hear shit outside pretty well. My door was open. No wonder. No fucking wonder. All right. Yeah. I mean, we gotta get these guys levels somehow. So one of the strats is like we're going to dump Per Lion with a bunch of stat boosting items along the way. Yeah. That sprite just looks like it's just pointing at us. Ah, should I switch to World P? Oh well. And even World P we can't get too high of a level. It can only go up to level 24 for the Lieutenant Surge fight. So we just gotta be cautious of that. How could I lose? Fuck it. We need the health. Good thing we do have fast forward on this emulator. Just going to help us so much with the grinding that we have to do to get a lot of these like Pokemon we catch. And we got like for the final gym we have to have 3 dragons on our team, 2 of them fully evolved, so that's going to be fun to train up and just grind out for a stream. It won't be too bad, but it's just like one of those things is like, ooh, gotta get ready for that. Pat Rat. Is he a pat or is he a rat? Pat Rat. Thank you for stopping by. Much appreciated. Have a good day at work. I should just like screech everyone and then bite. All right. Definitely switching Let's go, Whirlpee. Screech.
Kids these days don't know how good they have it. They just got EXP shares on everything. Back in my day, you just had to switch in and out like this.
We'll try to drill Burr out. See if he... Okay. I tried. I tried getting Drillbert some experience. Pat Rat. Ow. Stopped flat. Yeah. It's like every time I see like, oh, you know, I have half my team, you know, still has health. Then I realize it's the team I'm training. That's why they have most of their health. Oop. Alright. Back up here we go. Get our day moving. Yeah. I guess just keep Pine Dove in the front. Kind of just want to train Drillbur just a little bit individually in the grass. Let's just run over and do that. Twelve. Drillbur versus Drillbur. Nice to know I could have got another Purloin. Kick its ass. Oh shit. You lost to the doggo. Wasn't expecting that. Yeah. Alright, back here. Let's get our butts back up here. Number 4, getting tired. Joke's on you, I could just go back and get health at the Poke Center. Idiots. Your stupid bridge doesn't prevent me going the other way. Yeah, just... put it to sleep. Damn. Sleep worked fine just there. Or hypnosis. Yes. See, we'll see if Drillbur can take on the Purloin. Just realize we got Furious Swipes now. Damn. Three, four. Nice, nice. Ah, so close. No, Drillbur, Drillbur. Oh, god damn it. Oh, that's dumb. That's so fucking dumb. Try one of these guys. Since this enemy is like right there. Oh no! Oh yeah, let's go! Pampor. I lost too. God damn it. Now I gotta go back and get everyone. So many people healed. Alright. Yeah, just keep Padav in the front for now. Okay, I'm number 5. I'll stomp you! Timber! Fuck it, let's try it. Yeah, we should get the fuck out before we get hit hard. Hypnosis! Oh, what? To nerd. Psh. I'll just keep on blinding you more. So you like that? Oh my god, that's so annoying. Missed. Whoa, too much. Congratulations, you beat our 5th contest trainer, or 5 contest trainers. You earn a fabulous prize, a nugget. By the way, would you like to join Team Rocket? We got a group dedicated to evil, to using Pokemon. Want to join? Are you sure? Come on, join us. I'm telling you to join. Okay, you need convincing. I'll make you an offer you can't refuse. I'll make you an offer you can't refuse, Shay. Dun, dun. All right, let's go. All right. And like we've been doing, immediately switch out to someone else. What do you mean it failed? Alright, I'm just taking 2 hits per. Alright, I guess we're just fucking trying to poison this fucker. Growl. Poison Sting. Just try to. I was hoping to get poison off, but it's not happening. Yes. Yes, Purloin. Let's see, go back here. Let's grab, and then switch out to Patrat. Level 9, let's go. Oh, are you good? With your ability, you could become a top leader in Team Rocket. Oh shit. I totally forgot about this guy just around the corner. I saw your feet from the grass. I saw your feet from the grass. Alright, Patrat. And we'll switch to Drillbur. I think we can take on Drillbur. Or Drillbur could take on Patrat. Maybe not. Ooh. Oh, well, I need it in the other game. So in the other Pokemon game, you can actually get like super high crit. I mean, yeah, I'm not sure if this game left the criticals as is. But your criticals are based off your speed. Oh fuck, we're just getting Drillbur out. He's just gonna die as soon as he gets hit. Whirlipede. I was hoping for a miss or something. Oh well. Maybe Joe Bird can now. .26 speed. Yeah, we're going to be pretty low on our specials, which means we're both on low both specials. I swear I keep hearing shit from outside. Cool, I was actually hoping for that absorb, so we'll leave it enough HP to catch. Well, shit. To catch it, I would need Pokeballs. Little, 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 little. I one day get it right. If anything, this is reminding me of like just helping remember all of Gen 5's Pokemon. Bow, bow, bow. Have you heard about Bill? Oh yeah, I need to go to a mart, buy some Pokeballs. Yeah, 10 for now. Let's stick with no healing items. Or at least like no status items, whatever. In the red and blue like vanilla achievement set, there's like a lot of different like cool things that make you like explore with the achievements. Like getting unfrozen without an item in battle, which means you gotta like send your Pokemon out in front of another fire type and wait for it to like hopefully hit it with a fire move to thaw it, which is a nice cool strat. Now that we've done the nugget, save. Let's go through here and grab some Pokemon before we move on to the next phase. Might as well get some XP. Alright, so we already have a Swaddle. I'm just going... Oh shit, we got beaten. That's goofy. Rillapeed. Oh, why did I use Screech? Well, that worked in my favor. Alright. Get our Pokeballs. Do you want to give a nickname? No. There's that cotton Pokemon again. Oh, damn it. At least I got the poison off. I got the poison sting off to capture the Cottonee. $22. When attacked. Alright. See if we find other Pokemon in here. I mean, there's a Venipede. Like I said, we're just going to fast forward through these like little battles. Got a Pie Dove up though. This has been a great spot for it. Pine pour. I mean, we already have a pine. Why do I care? I think I called the Pokemon here. It looks like. Let's see. Let's get Drillbird. Of course. Now he's poisoned. Oh. I just saw a bit of lightning. Oh. And there it is. There's the thunder. And we'll see what happens. I gotta just remember make saves. Oh. Right. Pat Rat still hasn't evolved. Which gets me kind of worried. Because... God. Yeah, user... Oh. Which is not very effective. What the fuck is up with that? Timber. What do you mean? This gets so mad if I missed again. Oh god. Let's see. Pearl Lion. Just so we can switch out. You know what? Let's just send Pampor out. See if Pampor can do work. Never mind. Pampor is going to get wrecked. Thirsting in its damn eye. God, I just remember we're going to need that stupid Pokemon too for our Elite Four team. So hopefully there's one later on that we pick up. Pretty sure there'll be one at the Victory Road that we'll just pick up and use instead of pulling an early one. Ah, you worked hard. Sure did, buddy. Fuck it, let's just go. Local trainers here come to practice. Switch. Alright, you bide for time. Going to just boost myself up here. Boom! Yeah, switch. We'll switch to Drill Bird. Go back here. Three, four. Drill Bird, Drill Bird. Oh, come on, Drill Bird. We just need one more. Yeah. You're decent. Man, says the guy who just lost. Like, fuck you. You're decent. And you're shit. Go become a better trainer. Dwebble. We're going to find that Pokemon soon. I imagine I did a Diglett Cave for the Surge fight. Yeah, let's go 2 defenses. All this stat increasing, decreasing. God damn it. Oh, thank you. Oh. Okay, I thought that was going to be a lot longer fight. There's something. And we could do... Yeah, let's just go back. Get our butts back to the Pokemon Center real quick, like. All right. Yep. Let's just go with this team. My grandpa's going to take me to a party on the SS Anne. Yeah, let's Pidove. I think a Pidove can take it. Oh, come on. Come on. No. Come on, Pie Dove. Is this the only move it knows? Like, what's going on? All right. What felt like I felt like I should have won that battle, but I guess, or at least like, I don't know, like be taken out quicker. The amount of times I was just trying to use supersonic. Yuck, sir. I'm not mad, but I am kind of mad. SSN, I saw trainers from around the world. Hey, my friend is cool. Okay. My friend is cool. Last wants to fight. Pansage. Yeah, just go out, switch. Wow, it's faster than us. All right, just a little bit more. Finally. Catching up with everyone else. Pampor. No, it's no point, but we'll just go ahead and send ours out. Oh, Goofy Mirror Match. Ha 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 ha. Probably just got Whirlipede killed. Whew. Oh! Just bite. Two. Ah! It looked like it was gonna be just a 2. Alright, let's try Purloin. Or Purloin. God damn it! Purloin, you're failing me! 3. God damn it! I was in bad condition. Speak for yourself. I'm the one carrying around, like, not a great team. Oh. Got it, I think we need her? I was surprised that we ran into her here. But yeah, we gotta definitely catch everyone. God. Yes. Jobber. Okay. No! Damn it, I didn't realize I could teleport. It's too busy beating the shit out of me. Oh, that's gonna be a pain. Oh boy. Alright, let's see. Kinda wanna go after that Pokemon real quick. While we like are aware. Guess we're going to need it later anyways. Oh. Yeah. Come on. Give me what I'm looking for, game. Oh, there we go. Thinking about this probably isn't going to work, but thought so. That was a fool. I was a fool. Yeah. Gotcha. Definitely have to go back to the Pokemon Center just to heal. There we go. We'll just throw a Pokeball. Fuck it. I think I gotta approach it with a Pokemon lower level than it to even get it, like, thinking about fighting me. Shit, Drillbur. Okay. Heal everyone back up, I guess. Thank you. Now give us our Pokemon. Mucky. Premier Switch. Oh my god, just a Del Monkey. Wait, what do you mean I can't escape? Fuck you, game. I was about to say, like, did that just really, like fuck up my computer a little? It's like, hey, cool down that fast forward reading. Damn. Hey, yeah, I could just reload this and retry this attempt as many times as I want now, I guess. Yeah, like, wait. Now we could just go here. What? Oh, that's not... Oh, wait, I thought it was like... Or did I fast forward? Or did it just reset? Yeah, just... Okay, I'm not good at RNG manipulation at all. I thought I was. Alright, let's get it. Let's heal everyone back up and get to the Bill's house. And hopefully get our watchdog Pokemon. That we're going to have to put up immediately once we evolve. Alright. Let's scoot our butts all the way back and get our butts to Bill. And we'll just catch that, try to catch that Pokemon whenever we get a, what is it? What is it? Ultra Balls. Welcome, STV101. I hope you as well. I'm sorry, my computer's having some slowdown issues. So I'm just going to hit that. And hopefully that'll fix things up a bit. I'm off to see a Pokemon collector at the Cape. I didn't get my water. Thank you so much for the water. I hope you're doing well. Let's see. Final Fantasy Legend 1, 2, and 3. What's different about the Legend games? Versus, I guess, like, I don't know, Final Fantasy 1, 2, and 3. Oh, they're the Saga games, right? The yeah, Romancing Saga. Yep. Okay. Yeah, I do have that collection on my Switch. I just thought it was like super weird when I tried playing the first one. I was like, what the like, it was very open. And that's what I remember the most about it. Yeah, I already have it on my Switch. And I tried playing a little bit of it, or at least the first one, and oh god, did I get hit hard with yeah, I got hit hard with Sand Attack. Damn. Finally. We'll have to switch out. Yeah, timber. What would be like some good units for me to start in that game? Because I remember just kind of being overwhelmed with choices. Like, you start that game off. Yeah. For sure. Yeah, if you like. You can also, like, send it to me through Twitch or Discord, however you like. 2 mutants, 2 humans. Okay. Yeah, I was just kind of like, man, there's so much, and I'm just like, it was very much, you know, so much at once, and like not having the strategy guide didn't help. Yes. Let's get rid of Scratch. You got me. Let's see. Switch Pampor for Perlion. My Pokemon are somewhat becoming competitive. Wait, I'm cool. I've got a girlfriend. Cap. Pat Rat, get out here, nerd. I'll fuck you up. Throw sand in your eyes. Alright, go ahead. I am down. And I'll probably just end up playing those games through RetroArch, honestly. Just because, like, I've been just getting into retro achievements. And I really like doing that with, like, games like Pokemon or these ROM hacks or Game Boy games. Alright. Shit, it still got me with a bite. The main difference between humans and other races is that humans do not get stronger as a result of battle. Instead, you need to buy items that will increase their attributes. There are 5 items in the game that will permanently improve the attributes of humans. The 5 items are agility points, strength points, HP 200, HP 400, and HP 600. And something tells me that they're like rarely available, or at least like not super crazy hidden. But you just don't want a full team of humans because then you'll not have a lot of money to spend, or you'll be running out of money trying to like keep them all upgraded. We're getting to the little pup. We'll stay, and we'll throw sand in its eyes. Yeah, no, that sounds like really good resource management. And yeah, like I said, I kind of just like jumped in and like was just not sure who did what did what. And maybe if I looked closer at the manual, I would have found exactly what I needed. Drill burr. The drill goes burr. The drill goes burr. Mutants are unlike any of your other races because their stats improve from battle. They also have 4 of their slots blocked off for special mutant abilities. Since they only have 4 slots for armor, weapons, and spells, you often enforce with difficult choices to select the appropriate items and weapons and armor. Okay. And that means, and then your money management again comes into play. And I imagine certain items are cheaper than, you know, buying stat boosters versus orc armor. Aw, darn, my girlfriend's going to break up with me. Oh well, my girl will cheer me up. Bruh, you're like 7. Your mutant stats will most likely increase depending on the type of weapon or magic you're using. For example, you might go up after you use a strength-based weapon, like a hammer. Ooh, okay. You just sold it to me. You sold me that. You sold me that first game at least, right there. Just like Final Fantasy 2. That's how you sell a game to me. You tell me they have a combat system as stupid as Final Fantasy 2's, and I'm in for it. I'm in for some dumb manipulation. Or I guess it's not even manipulation. You're just playing to what the game gives you. Monsters get stronger from eating the remains of slain monsters, depending on who you kill. Oh, okay. I knew I had to fight you. And monsters get fucking stupid strong. Ooh. See, this sounds really up my alley. Pat Rat. Bite. You know, you say they turn into whatever the archetype of that monster, and that does remind me I may have played a little bit of that game while super fucking stoned. And I was just going like, what the fuck is going on? Why do they keep changing on me? It's like Dark Busters. Like you feed your weapon a certain like element or thing, and it'll have that element or thing. So you feed it something else. I mean, Dark Arms. Dark Arms Buster, I think, or Bust. It's a really cool Neo Geo game. Definitely recommend it. Ah, I knew I'd lose too. Okay, so your whole, like, archetype changes. Okay, I mean, well, okay. So you don't eat after every battle. Oh, I was about to... Yeah, we got roll P. My friend has a cute Pokemon. I'm so jealous. That is cool. That is super cool. That is something, like, I did not, like, I just haven't seen anyone I know play or talk about that series. So I was just kind of, like, trying to approach it, but no one, or I didn't do my research. You've beaten them so many times. Hell yeah. See, I really should try... You're making me kind of want to, like, get into them or, like, try them out later. Not right now. But I need to put them on that list, actually. Of GBA games. Or GB games. Oh, for sure. I will message you and be like, hey, I'm lost. How are you doing, ST? Let me give you... shout out. A super cool RPG streamer. Really nice VTuber just to chill, hang out with. Definitely should give them a follow if you haven't already. Aw, thank you. Much appreciated. But have you finished Lost Odyssey? That was the last game I remember you playing a bit of. Oh, Pat Rat, level 20. Let's go destroy Drillbur. I keep sending Drillbur out, but I don't think it works. I keep wanting Drillbur to really beat up these birds, but the birds just beat up Drillbur. Like that, yeah. Um. Oh, bird on bird violence. Quick attack. Oh, if you want to send me links, feel free to like send it to me on like the Discord or like Twitch's Whisper. You can send it to me on Discord. You can feel free to, like I just don't allow links because just the spam links are so annoying. Yeah, feel free. You can even post it like I can't remember if you're in my Discord, but feel free to post it in the musics if you are. Like, or just send it to me. All is good. No worries. Oh, no worries. I'm not mad or least bother. There was just like, I remember there was a period of time, I mean, it's still happening now, that bots are like, just like coming into pages is just doing what the fuck ever. Oh man, tell me we got a double evolution coming up. I'm not so jealous. What? Patrat is evolving! Watchog! Watchog is trying to learn. Fuse Ray. Yes. Let's just get rid of hypnosis. And just know just annoy the shit out of them. By just confusing them and then blinding them with sand. Watchog. Alright. So another thing we are doing is we are trying to master this game, which has us playing a team that is unusual. We got Purloin. We got Whirlipede, which is going to be gone after Lieutenant Surge, sadly. We got Drillbur, who will be gone after Koga. We got Pidove, who we gotta carry all the way to the fucking Elite Four. And all its elite forms. Now we got Watchog, who we are getting rid of after this fight. Because he's just not needed anymore. And then we got Pampor, who's going to be with us to the Elite Four as well. So already we got like 4 Pokemon that we gotta think about and like try to like beef up. Oh look, a Pokemon. Hiya, I'm a Pokemon. No, I'm not. Call me Bill. I'm a true blue Pokemanic. Hey, what's with that skeptical look? I'm not joshing you. I screwed up an experiment and got combined with a Pokemon. So how about it? Help me out here. No. No! Come on, you gotta help a guy in deep trouble. What do you say, Chief, please? Okay, alright. When I'm in the teleporter, go to the PC and run to the cell separator system. Just think about how... See ya. And that was Pokemon. We never went to the SSN. Oh, it resets. That's funny. Yeah. You're almost done with Lost Odyssey. Hell yeah. That is such a very particular 360 game. I mean, there's a lot of odd 360 games that people don't remember. Yeah, thanks, bud. I owe you one. So, did you come to see my Pokemon collection? You didn't. That's a bummer. I gotta thank you. Oh, maybe this'll do. SS ticket. The cruise ship, SS Anne, is in Vermilion City. Its passengers are all trainers. They invite me to their party, but I can't stand fancy dudes. Why don't you go instead of me? Alright, fine. You'll kick their ass. It's worth my time. I really do. I want to just like get into like this. The 360 era has some very particular games, and like RPGs was a very weird time because I felt like RPGs were trying to be pushed into more of what Final Fantasy 15 ended up being, and Final Fantasy 16 ended up being, for better or worse. All right. Interesting things like God, what's the one game with the fucking guns? Oh, Alcadius fucking loves it. Resonance Fate. I think that's the name of the game. But it was like a lot of weird like gunplay and gun related mechanics. Yeah, we'll just get rid of Pain and Pour for now. Doesn't really matter, like, thank goodness we don't have to like take out like Misty and the gym leaders without leaving, or the trainers without leaving. And we also don't have to do set battles. Shit. Let's give it a moment. I'm sorry. Apologies, y'all. It's the storming here. Starting to storm. We'll see. We'll see how long I can hopefully keep going. But yeah, the connection's kind of messed up right at the moment. Shark with the all-in-one workout. All right. All right. You did a great time when the internet is like trying to bounce back. So let's go ahead and do that. We'll just go ahead and take a break. And we'll be back with more. With more Pokemon. Nah, it's just starting a storm here. It's just starting a storm.
Nephos.
Okay. I'm back. Oh, my connection's spotty. I apologize, y'all. Alrighty. Thank you for chilling and vibing. And let's take on Misty and her crew. Splash! I'm first up. Let's do it. Fourth layer. So much sand in your stupid eyes. Oh, god damn it, I can't even hit. Purloin, what are you doing? Okay, we just gotta switch. I switched back to the... Yeah, okay. I just want to make sure I switch back to full gameplay. I'm sorry. Pampor. Nah, we'll keep Pie Dove out. Both usually here. Quick attack. Yeah. Swim her down. That can't be. Thank you, Shark. I'm more than good enough for you. Missy can wait. Just throw sand in the duck's eyes. Purloin. Oh, that's a critical hit. Oh god. We're in trouble. Yeah, it'll just bite. Careful, the floor is wet. Alright. You overwhelmed me! Alright, cool. So we got the first achievement here, which is beat the gym trainers without leaving. Now we got deposits. Our Pokemon. All except Watchog and Hider. Why these two? I forgot whose challenge name it is. But it's someone's challenge name. And we might as well go ahead and set to set. Alright, this is probably going to take us a couple attempts. What killed me during the Brock stuff was just not like knowing who he was going to send out. Ah, hey, you're a new face. Trainers who want to turn pro have to have a policy about Pokemon. What is your approach when you catch Pokemon? My policy is all-out offensive with water-type Pokemon. Oh no. She hits us with a water type. And down the bottom you can see that we're open for 2 achievements. Watchog! Oh, I should have used Confuse Ray. Now I'll say an attack. Yeah, keep hurting yourself, dum-dum. Bite. Oh, Misty, you jerk. Yeah! Semaphore. I don't want to go for the Sandtag, not the Confuse Ray. I need to remember to go to the Confuse Ray. And then just keep pouring more sand in its eyes. Diffuse Ray. Bite. And woo! Wow, we didn't even need our other doggo. Watch Hog. Minora's challenge. Wow, you're too much. Alright. You can have the Caseta badge to show you beat me. Caseta badge makes all Pokemon up to level 30 obey. That includes even outsiders. They just hand out achievements to everyone, huh? Well, oh yeah, Shark, I totally... You know, I'm not using a particular team in a particular mode or anything like that, huh? There's more. You can now use Cut anytime. You can cut down small bushes to open up new paths. You can also have my favorite TM. Alright. Yeah, remember when you got achievements for just like dying a lot? I know I did. I got those achievements. Alright. So now we say bye-bye to the doggo. And let's see, we need to bring in, we gotta get Swaddle up to level, just, like, just now. We gotta get a Woobat, but we could probably get one at the cave at a higher level. Oh, we do need a Blitzel. Yeah, we need to get Blitzel up. Alright, we need our Whirlipede, a Drillbur, oh, I know we need Pampor. Pidove. And then I think I already pulled too many Pokemon. Thought so. Yeah, I brought someone else different this time. I brought Swiddle. Yeah, we need well, we could probably catch a higher level Swiddle if we really need to. But we'll see. We already caught one. And we do need to teach a Pokemon Cut, now I think about it. So that actually will work out. We can just give Swiddle Cut. Let's see, let's save. Hope your Thursday's been going well, Shark. Pretty busy Thursday myself. Definitely kept busy with a big sale. Oh man, I wonder who did all this. This Miserable Rockets, look at what they did here. They stole a TM for teaching Pokemon how to dig holes. That cost me a bundle, it did. Team Rocket must be trying to dig their way into no good. Wow, lady, you're making jokes at a time like this? Look at this poor man. He's bald, ugly, stupid, and now his house is all ruined. And he's probably broke too because he spent so much money on a stupid TM and not catching a fucking a extra drill or a drill burr. Hey, stay out. It's not your yard, huh? Me? I'm an innocent bystander. Don't you believe me? I believe you. Innocent until proven guilty. Or is just that not how it is in Kanto? Let's see. Oh yeah, I gotta switch out before I get my shit rocked. Oh god damn it. I was trying like I should have just kept attacking. Oh yeah, that's right, I brought Britzel along. Because Britzel's also gonna be at Erica's gym. So we should go get him training up. Clear. Clear. Oh yeah, it just put. Oh no. Just keep licking it. God, this Fury Swipe. There we go. Stop, I'll give up. I'll leave quietly. Okay, I'll return to Tiana Stole. I better get moving, bye. I figure what loss is loss. I decided to teach Drillbird how to dig without a TM. Moron. Alright, let's go grab ourselves some HP. Alrighty, and down the path we go. What adventures wait NDK in the new town? See, we don't have a soda or water. Hi, do you have a smell? No. I don't even know where that Pokemon is. There's Carablast. I don't know why that happens every time. But it feels like I just double click on the area. Yeah, no shit, I don't have that. It's all the way down there, kid. I know there's an item here somewhere, right? I could have sworn there was an item down here. Maybe I'm just going crazy. People often lose things. Okay, there is something down there. Fuck. I'll just get the item thing later. Or the tool. Let's see, we do need a toad for the Koga fight. I don't know why I just thought tackling with him is gonna be a good idea. She's saying Pampor out. God damn it, Fury Swipe. Why are you always letting me down at the worst fucking times? Like, seriously. It's only 85%. Like, it's missing so much more than 85. I swear. I'm just being, maybe I'm just very salty, but fuck. How do you miss Fury Swipe 3 times in a fucking row? Like, I feel like I'm going insane. All right. No. Alright, let's fight this couple. Who's there? Quit listening on us. We're talking about private things. Oshawa. Yeah, let's sign out World P. What do you mean? I gotta remember, failed means like something else in this generation. Like, it just means it missed. I think I'm still in set mode also, now I think about it. Absorbed. He just can't win. Yeah. Alright, let's just get to town. Well, let's just fight these two, then get to town. You're craving garlic. Alrighty. So we can confirm Jack's not a vampire. As far as I'm concerned. Oh, that sounds great. Oh, you just never know these days, Jack. You know... Quick attack. Or, fuck, I mean, I'm using Leer. Then quick attack. You just roasted it? You didn't, like, finish making stuff with it or whatever? My friend recalling says she went in my hey Jack, there is a fire. Did you turn on the stove? An exhaust fan is on. So you almost set your house on fire with garlic cloves. That's what I'm understanding. Oh, the whole garlic. Oh, god damn it. With the skin. Oh, just going to have to just hope for the best here. Yeah, growl at me, you idiot. Keep growling at Pampor. Yeah! More. Damn it. Got smart. Alright, alright, alright. There's like... This is bad. String shot? Yeah, that's... Alright, let's send you out. And we use a potion on World P. Damn it. I was hoping you could take one hit at least. Bye. Just fuck it. Bye. I'm surprised I'm quicker. Oh, oh. Whirlipede just didn't work. Oh, okay. Well, we gotta just run all the way back. Oh, there we go. We found Special X. But that's how it's supposed to be roasted. Because it comes out like soft butter. Okay. I never knew that. I never really like fuck around with garlic too often. Just because like, it's just hard to like use ingredients or keep ingredients around when you just cook for yourself. Like a lot of stuff I feel like goes to waste. Unless I'm like consistently cooking like every day, which... Oh fuck, I shouldn't have done that. Oh well. That's what I get for wanting to go fast. Though for a while we're going to just have to like just turn fast forward on and let some of our Pokemon grind up in that grass area coming up. There are some Pokemon here we haven't caught yet. Curious. Oh. I already caught one. I'm just happy for the stats we're about to get on it. Oh, come on. Oh, wow. We eventually died from it. Panpour, I guess. Don't know why I'm doing that when I'm went here to heal up and to face that one trainer. All right, do that. Let me do that. Let me focus. Let's see. Let's head. We still need a lot of different Pokemon to level up for a lot of different reasons. Oh, fuck me. I do that every time. Burp, 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 burp. Alright, get our ass back over here. Found the full restore. Alright, face these trainers again. I've never seen you around. Are you good? Oh my good. Better than good. I'm evil. Hey, Swadaloon. We're gonna need that for our next challenge. Or for soon. Very, very soon, actually. And also, I gotta remember what the third... Oh, no, I know what it is. Dweeble. Wait. It's like it fails. Like, wait, how does it fail? Oh, because, you know, you didn't already have the speed advantage before. There we go. Shiny. Charmy. Then finally. You are too good. Thank you, I know. What's your name, huh? You want to talk to me? You want to talk to me, punk? You want to talk to me? Ducklet. You with the fucking duck? You want to talk to me? Fight of. Leer. And then quick attacks. You can try to bubble me up all you want. I got quick attacks, baby. Yeah, switch. And switch. Defense curl. Got the screech off. Let's try biting it. Oh, I just used I have a full restore, but I really don't want to use that. Yeah, we're just taking the death there. Water gun. More water. Stingy with items. We're going to need them for the Elite Four. Like, we're going to need those full restores for the Elite Four, like, trials. Because, I mean, yeah, just in general. And also, do you really want to use a full restore? What we will do is positive full restore for now. Town map as well. We'll go ahead and deposit the fossil. I want to say no. I mean, I gotta use them in between the matches. And I can't use items in fights, so yeah, I'm forced to use them in between matches. That's part of the challenge. I can't use items in matches. All right, let's see. Did you see the SS Anne in the harbor? We're carefully about the pollution. We hear trouble on toxic sludge. Actually, isn't there... Yeah, let me talk to that guy. Once I do this. God. Deposit. Talk to you. I'm putting up a building in this plot of land. My Pokemon is trampling the land. We're careful about... I could have sworn there's someone giving away the other starter here. I'm the fishing guru. I'm simply love fishing. Do you like fishing? Yes, grand. I like your style. Got the old rod. Woohoo. Fancy the rivers, go out and land the big one, young one. I figure like red and stuff, like we get the other Pokemon there. There are evil people who will use Pokemon for criminal acts. Team Rocket traffics in rare Pokemons. They are also abandoned Pokemon that they do not consider popular or useful. I think Pokemon can be good or evil. It depends on the trainer. Let's see. I just caught a Pokemon that was always getting into mischief. I think it needs a good trainer to set it straight. Okay, so it's probably the Pokemon I need. Hey, Rue. Welcome, welcome. Hey, do you have a Gathia? I was trying to catch one kid, but failed multiple times. I hope your day is well. How's it been? I just left my temple. It's cool when I hug it. I'm the chair of the Pokemon fan club. I've clocked over 100 Pokemon. I'm very fussy when it comes to Pokemon. So, did you come here to visit Pokemon? Yes. You know what? Did not want to hear about his stupid Pokemon. Bike voucher. Cool. Rue's here. I have to leave. Oh, what do you mean? I thought you two are best friends. I thought you and Rue are the bestest of friends. I'm getting my bit of to file letters to Sanfron in the north. Yeah. You know, PB&J. Chocolate and peanut butter. Billy and Mandy. You know, that's you guys right there. Oh, we got this Swiddle we gotta, like, train up. My mom's been getting dreams about Satan and blames you, Rue. Oh, yeah. That's me. Rue over there has like a billion things on fire. Yeah. All right. Let's see. We beat Misty. I've been trying to get ready for certain battles and like certain trainers, trying to get my teams ready. I still haven't caught our Diglett clone yet, but we don't have. Well, I should go ahead and catch it before we go into the SSN. We need Dweeble. I also want to get that Golithka, which is up here, but it teleported away. Kind of just want to wait till I get a better Pokeball before trying to capture it like that. Alright, bike shop. Oh, that's a bike voucher. Oh, here you go. Got our bike. Oh, is this before register? No, I'm at Golithic. Like Gotholic, Lickit, like the Psychic type or Dark type. Like we'll just like get Blitz a couple. Starfish around. I'm pretty sure you're the only one who refers to buttholes as starfish, Shark. I'm pretty sure also I would immediately like oh wow, first shot, let's go. I would immediately like the person I was trying to get with would just immediately like run home and post an Instagram story about how they just went on a date and almost slept with someone that called buttholes starfishes. Like that's how I imagine that. Like, that is literally the night. It kind of looks like a lettuce head. I can see it. It's very much a very like again this ROM hack does some Pokemon well and others like so much injustice. Yeah, why am I doing this? Like, this is just a waste of Pokeballs. Unless I try to put it to sleep. That's the only thing I think of with Watchog. But I don't know if it can even go to sleep. Last time it failed. Let's go back and get Purrloin since we can't grab our other starter Pokemon just yet. We'll get it after we beat Surge. Yeah, let's just grab Purrloin again. Get Purrloin leveled up. It's just like Goofy, we already have like part of our final team. Like, we already have 2 of our 6 members of our final team already in our team. Do we have anyone else? No. Well, no, 3. Yeah, no, we also have Pampor. Because we need Semi-Pour for later. And then we haven't ran into a Joltik yet. So I'm assuming we're going to run into one sooner than later. Good job. Yeah, probably once we defeat Surge. Oh yeah, we gotta look for our new rock buddy. For I guess I should have double checked this guide, not guide, but like the achievements and see like how long do we need to keep this guy around. Oh, hey, we need you for later, too. Actually, I did run into a Dweeble. Wait. Okay, am I confused? Like, is there a way I can get Dweeble earlier? Like, the challenge says use Dweeble. Or you can use Dweeble. Maybe I get a Dweeble from a trade? Huh, I'm so confused. Don't I need... You know what? I can still... Yeah, you're right, you're right. Well, Yeah. You're right. I can just go grab cut and not go into the surge fight. I'm so used to just like going from the SSN into the surge fight. Like I am just like programmed in my mind to just like think like I need to go from one to the other. Yeah, I just totally blanked out. Thank you all. No. Alright, let's get out of this cave. Thank you, Shark. Thank you, Rue. I was just like thinking to myself, like, huh. Like, isn't that after him? Oh, fuck it. Let's just get some levels while I'm out and about. Let's go, but don't cheat! How dare you accuse me of cheating already, youngster? You take your stupid Purloin and shove it up your ass, idiot. Alright, poison. Oh god damn it, it has sand attack. Oh, it's just gonna be great now. Come on. One more poison sting. Yeah! Huh? That's not right. I should have won. My mom says so. Oh, damn it. How did you lose? Oh, maybe I should start heading back. Just want to grind out these, like, last couple levels for some of these guys. Yeah. Fury swipe, Fury swipe. What? Pidove is evolving. Let's go. Just remind me to save. Let's keep on trying. Solaces. I can't remember if I need Solaces for anything now I think about it. besides capturing one. Sell. Nah. I've never won before. And you're not going to win today. Thank you, Shark. Let me get a new bowl ready for you. I was thinking about getting actually like a water piece today, but my paycheck hasn't came through yet, so I'd just rather wait till that. And be patient. I'll get it this week, but I just want to wait. I'm last male theme bonged. It's just a erect penis. And it's just being held up by a harem of women of different nationality. You know, that's literally the last male bong. Give one with denim jean covers. Jongs. God, they sound cursed. And talk about, like, probably getting dirty as fuck. Talk about not being able to clean it. Or figure out how to. I guess you just throw it in the washer and dryer, right? You just throw it in with your clothes. Gust. Blow them more wire. Yes. Man, look at that cursed thing. Look at that cursed thing. Just wants to give everyone a hug. This puts a Jigglypuff sprite, like that's just a Jigglypuff sprite, right? It almost reminds you of Furby. I can see that 110%. I saw this coming. Oh, fuck me. Oh, I think I just lost. Oh well. Oh, damn it. Oh, thank goodness that shitty Fury Swipe accuracy. Yeah, we're gone. Oh, rip. Oh well, that's okay. God damn, did I really not use the other Poke? Oh well. Let's go ahead and sell that nugget before I forget. Alright. And Caesar Pike. Yeah. Yeah, man. This is before the days of, like, you could just hit register, select, to quick, you know, pull it. Also, how do you guys like the, filter? I just wanted something easier on the eyes. Since that white and black was kind of very, like, bright. So I went with, like, more of the Game Boy, like, a light look. What's the secret? Cool. Thank you. I figure it's a lot easier on the eyes. That was my big thing I was thinking about. Yeah, I'm not sure if I talked about it, but like the Game Boy Light, pretty sure it's a Japanese only Game Boy that was kind of just meant for like more nighttime. Yeah, I have. Because we need it for a Semi-Toad, right? For later. So I should get started on that too. Once I get a Swaddle. And yeah, once we complete this gym, I gotta put up Widipil and this guy. Yo, no, Whirlpea. That's what I mean. Yeah, I put up Whirlpea. Man, that back sprite. Cure Blast, yeah. You know, I know the Pokemon just for it. Super effective. Alright, Gust. Blow him a wire. Yeah, just keep switching back and forth. I think that's the Bulbasaur sound. I think the only reason I know that is just because I've been playing Pokemon Pinball. Well, yeah, I did end up catching him and getting Venusaur. I'm actually surprisingly close to competing the Pokédex in that game. I'm like, I've caught in 113 Pokemon in that game, and now it's like just slowly starting to fill out the decks and complete different achievements in that game. No, you're kidding. So that's been fun. Like, I finally caught a Scyther, which I know I never did years before. Yeah. I'll just run. What am I doing? Alright, we already fought you. Yeah, let's just get to this place. Oh. So I'm pretty sure that police officer down there gives you that Pokemon that we need. Or our second starter. Which we just gotta put up because there's nothing we do with it for this challenge. So we would have got the pig Pokemon. And that would have been fun and goofy. Alright, let's start down here. Win or lose or draw. Win, lose or draw. Gambler wants to fight. Vampor. And we still need to get... Thank you, Shark. I was like thinking about it. Yeah, let's try Bitzel. Bitzel, you have Thunder Shock. You got the advantage. Bitzel does not got this. No. Acha! Didn't go away. Alright. My Pokemon should be ready by now. Whirlpee, get out here. Sweet. Bite. Bite. Level 14. Yep. Just keep switching. Let's switch in and out. Honestly, my other Pokemon are starting to get behind too, so... I need to think about getting them caught up as well. Tranquil. Too much, too young. Yeah, our Pamport starting to get left behind. We just haven't ran into that many fire Pokemon or rocks here. Competition, I can't get enough of it. It's been a lot of leaf. Or water. And that we can be countering with, like, flying. Like, here's the leaf. I guess we just try tackling a minute. Well, no. Not after that. Alright. Yeah, just get Tranquil out there. I do need to be careful that Tranquil doesn't get over... I think I need Tranquil for Sabrina's gem. I'm pretty sure. Where we will have Tranquil and like 2 others take on Sabrina. Leech Life. Deerling. Yeah. Swanna. Yeah, I gotta think, yeah. Who does Swanna come from? Sislo? I figure we could catch a higher level Swoobat later. Oh, Duckling. Okay, so I should check my Poke. I actually got that rod, and I should fish. I cannot forget about fishing. Like I need fish because we do need some other water types. I had a chance. Careful, I'm laying down some cables. Ducklet? Okay. So yeah, I'll just check our map. Clink. Of course they give Clink the Magnemite. I mean, it's too perfect. Oh god, this is gonna be rough. Yeah, I don't mind his design at all here. What? I didn't hit you. Oh, bind, not bide. God damn it. Come on. Clink is me. Just open jaw, just staring into space. Wait, I have Leech Life and Absorb? Why do I have both? Let's go! That was electric. Yeah, we already know about you. Oh, hey! We got Swaddaloon. Absorb, right? Absorb and Leech Life. Like, or String Shot, actually. Because at least these are two different variations. Like, this is a bug move, this is a grass move. Yeah, we'll just give her a string shot. I'm the best in my class. Yeah, I imagine it's either or is not the greatest. We're still, and our job's still not done. Ooh, got a critical hit. They buff it from a 20 to an 80. That's pretty insane. Come on. Yeah! Let's suck the life out of them. Let's go! Watch hog. Fuck 'em. There we go. .40 defense. I need to make my Pokemon stronger. Yeah, I should probably head back. Yeah, we already have you. Alright, not fighting that kid again. You know, he's too powerful. He's gonna kick my ass up and down this road. Just would never stand a chance. You. Heal. Done a bit. Yeah, I'm kind of just focused on getting swollen to at least like 21. Getting swollen into Rodipile to 21. And we're probably going to have to train that one Dwebble when we get it. Yeah, we're going to have to fight. Also, man, I just realized we're going to have to fight a lot of gym trainers just to get to that Dwebble. So we're going to be like training up some other Pokemon while some other Pokemon are on hold. Like, we'll probably get Whirl and Swald Loon here to proper levels in SSN. But then we'll have to... What? Let's see. Yeah, we'll have to like put them up for a while. As we go get Dwebble. And fight all those trainers. Swalloon. Yeah, just because we need Whirlpeed. If we can get Whirlpeed to level 21 before the boat, that'd be great. Because, oh god. Because at this point, like, it's about us managing, you know, our time. I feel like I want to, like, just do it the most effective I can. Because, let's see, we need Blitzy's evolve form here for when we get to Erica. We're going to need a Unphasant. We're going to need Purrloin later. Yeah. So we got just a lot of, like, training. And, you know, it's just, like, a matter of, like, trying to prepare for it. Fahaha, I've never lost. Alright. How dare you get my defenses fell. God damn it. Oh, finally. Oh, damn it. There we go. Eventually power through that. Absorb. Maybe bug? Whew. My first loss! Look at the draw. Just look. Alright. Alright. Keep capping over there, old man. Hi, remember me? I'm Professor Oak's aide. If you caught 30 kinds of Pokemon, I'm supposed to give you an item finder. No. Yeah, I'm like 3 away. So yeah, let's actually check over here real quick. Oh yeah, wait, I can't. Professor Oak's aide, do you get it? No, Shark. Could you please explain the joke to me? I do not get this humor. Damn. I'm just copying what I saw Team Rocket at it. I'm just an easy manipulated child. Actually, let's just get some grinding done here. Well, shit, actually. The two I need to grind are pretty hurt bad, so let's just get them healed. Let's fish. I haven't fished. It's a bite! Oh, we already have one. Let's see. Just beat the shit out of. I'm like at 19. Wait, did it paralyze me? Did Fire Monkey paralyze me? Yeah? Nope. Ooh. I just don't know what it is, but that last one just got me coughing bad. Ooh. Let's see. More bites. We almost got him to where we need him. Oh, no more moves. Oh, shit. Hey! So we don't have to worry about training him anymore. The next Pokemon... yeah, I just gotta get Swaloon to 21. And then we'll enter into the... yeah, we should take a tap... or a Temple with us. Now I think about it. Get that trained up. And then, yeah, double check it. Oh, yeah, and grab the free starter that we're just going to immediately put in our box. Yeah, so let's put a Swallow actually. Even at the same level, Pokemon can have very different abilities. Pokemon raised by trainers stronger than one in the wild. Let's see. So yeah, we'll put up Whirlpea for now. Whoa, you should have known about abilities. Did Pokemon... Were Pokemon always in Gen 1? Or were abilities always in Gen 1? Ask the bus trainer what he knows about Gen 10 now. It's like, what do you know about what's going on in fuck, I forgot any of the new territories. Or hell, even just like, what the hell do you know what's going on in Hoenn? Like, what the fuck do you know? And who told you? Oh god. It's just funny, like, sometimes just like wild Pokemon do beat the shit out of my trained Pokemon, like the game tried to tell me. It's like everyone here needs this XP. There we go. Alright. Where's Gen 10, where do you think Generation 10 is going to take place? Or take inspiration from? Have they done Central or South America yet? I know they did Spain, yeah. That was the Scarlet and Violet setting. I just can't remember what its name is. And then Britain was Sword and Shield. X and Y was France. Black and White was America. I'm trying to think. Who else? Based in China, that'd be very interesting. I'm all for it. Alright. Almost there. Rue, how excited are you that we had to carry this fucking cat all the way to the Elite Four? Pretty jazzed about it. Alrighty. It's just goofy that, like, we gotta carry it. It's like, we should be buffing this cat any chance we get with all of, like, our items to make it even somewhat stand a chance. Make it a monster. Yeah, that's the goal. I guess we could take Drillbur back. Yeah, once we do this, we could take Drillbird onto the SSN. Because we do need an Excadrill for Koga. Along with our Semi-Toad. Shark with the all-in-one workout? Alrighty. No worries. A bunch of redeems, gotcha. Alright, let's get this guy level 21 and then we'll poop. And then we'll do the redeems. Grab extra drill. Shark. You're very good at Kingdom Hearts. And no, your mom didn't tell me to tell you. That was from me. Alright, yeah. Just like a little bit, like 2 battles. Shark, you're playing on proud mode. Critical with on the Switch streaming. You're doing pretty good. Alright, there's that. Alright, so we got 2 of our 3 Pokemon for Surge ready. That's good to have, out of the way. He tells you that when you defeat Yozora. Oh god. I just read about Yozora not that long ago. I was like, oh, this is the shit I, didn't do in the DLC. And I still don't want to do in the DLC. Alright. Let's heal, put everyone up. Grab Drillbird. Drill's gonna go burr. Oh, wow. So there will be a first time. Man, I can't wait to watch the movie and have Rue, if Rue thinks she's confused before, or confused now, wait till she just watches a fucking movie full of, cutscenes. I missed when they gave you achievements for the cutscenes. Aqua's prequel 3D. Aqua's prequel is pretty good. It's alright. It's, a prequel. It serves its purpose. Let's track everyone. Everyone despises Recoded. Everyone despises Recoded just because it's just fucking filler. It is, the purest definition of, filler you've ever seen in a video game. Alright. Let's take a break. Let's use the bathroom, get more water. Stretch. Oh. 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 Oh god. Oh. Okay. Alright. I'm gonna have to stretch more when I get back here too. Because I know I'm gonna need it. Yeah. Recoded is just gonna be a shit watch. Wait, yeah, Recoded is just a movie too, right? Also, Shark, are you a loser like me? And do you also have all the achievements on the PS3 version of that game? where, or at least the movie achievements. Like, there's just... Oh, yeah, I'm not saying Recoded should be played. I'm just saying, like, Recoded maybe should have existed in the first place. I just remember the movie. You just get achievements for watching the movies, which I thought was hilarious at the time. Alright, I'll be right back. Alrighty. So I think it was only in the first collection they had a movie or achievements for movies. And also, wasn't there something weird about the first two collections? That they, besides the achievements being different, so like, you didn't get achievements for watching the movies? Oh, Rue, it's gonna be glorious. It's gonna be a glorious hate watch. Like I'm already anticipating the hate watch. I'm like, I'm going in as someone who's played the original DS version. I think I own it still somewhere. And what else? Yeah, recoded. I don't think Rue will like anything. Alright, I was just getting my bowl ready. Guess I need to hit it anyways. Alright. More like this. Alright, y'all ready to board this ship? Just save one more time. SSN is a famous luxury cruise ship. We visit Vermilion once a year. SSN, excuse me, do you have a ticket? The passengers are restless. You might be challenged by more than a few. Alrighty, let's start it all, y'all. Our Pokemon are my only friends. Think Pampor could take on. Water gun. Water gun what's for? Go away. Go away, angry monkey. The big eyes. Oh, another one. My friends. That's right, old man. I murdered them. They're dead and gone. Never to be seen again. You pup, how dare you barge in? You don't have any friends anymore, old man. They're gone. God damn it. Joker, you tried. You really did. But let's do a mirror match. Two! Why is it just two? They all died in the war. The canonical war. The war that Lieutenant Surge was a part of. And was just beating the shit out of everyone of. Do you think... the next Hard Time articles is going to be Pokemon characters ranked by how likely they committed a war crime during the Pokemon Wars. Calling it. That would be a great article. We have like... they just play into the fan theory of Oak being like the ultimate war criminal. Oh yeah, they bring that dude back. That'd be hilarious. They bring back that motherfucker. I would love it. Like the guy who's just like taller than like everyone else in the whole series. Yeah, that Pokemon War. Can we get that Pokemon War in a montage of but it's a montage. It's a Pokemon montage with One by Metallica. I try to forget those days. Dun, 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 dun. I try to do my best. Dun, 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 dun. I try to forget. Oh, that's one. God help me. Yeah, no, yeah, you're right. They keep the machine gun fire. They and then you can just have, oh god, what's the Z Pokemon's name? Zarius, just come in like the darkness imprisoning me. That'd be hilarious. I would die. Waiter, I would like a cherry pie, please. Also, isn't there a bed I could sleep on? Darkness envisaging me. Oh, I see. Absolute horror. I cannot live. I cannot die. Also, so this game doesn't have a bed. Am I... Okay. I just have to just go back out off the ship. Whatever. It's not like I have to do it in one session. But yeah, no, that's going to be Pokemon, the new trailer to Pokemon A to Z. You heard it here first. My uncle works at the Pokemon Company. He told me Metallica signed off on it. They were like, ever since like the Stranger Things thing, we were like, fuck it. Well, let's just do it. Sign up with everyone. Kids always seem to like it whenever we do it. If Kingdom Hearts can exist, anything can. You know, Rue, that's very inspirational. That's very inspirational, especially coming from you. You know, that makes me want to strive to do a lot of crazy and wild things. I always travel with Undondo. A cruise is so elegant and cozy. I really can't just, like, sleep anywhere. Bonjour, I'm the waiter on this ship. I will be happy to serve you anything you please. Ah, the strong silent type. I collected these Pokemon from all around the world. Man, you know what I just remembered? How in Carballor Joe, our character doesn't speak until the very final cutscene. What a video game. See. Yeah. Blitzel. Just shaking your head the whole time. I mean, you're not 100% wrong. I will be the first to tell you that Kingdom Hearts is a fucking wild ride. It's a stupid ride. It's a fun ride. But definitely a ride with problems. Oh god, I just realized. I was like, huh. That doesn't seem right. There we go. There we go. It's like a train wreck. I can't look away. Oh, and it gets more of a train wreck. What a great series to watch burn to the ground. Like, to be of the age of, like, thinking this is, like, cool as shit. And then, like, over the years, just, like, slowly falling out of love of it. Pump her from the back. Just looks like a plant. Which... yeah. A radish. Oh, there you go, yeah. Oh no, I went around the world for these? I love Pokemon, do you? Oddish sitting down. Liepard. Hey, look, that's the Pokemon we need to take to the Elite Four. How wonderful. He's got a titty. Oh my god, you're right. Oh my god, you're right. That's a titty. Why does it have a titty? Why does it have a singular titty? Just a quick attack. Thank you. Wow, you're great, I guess. TM8. Ajay. We are cruising around the world. Can't sleep in your bed? Nope. Lame. Can't sleep in your bed? Shh, I'm the global police agent. I'm on the trail of Team Rocket. Man, you're doing a shitty job if you're on this fucking thing. Nope, there's no trash here. Did you hear about the captain? All he does is eat and sleep. Hey, we found a great ball. Sniffles shift. I only got peel onions. Ahem, I indeed, Lee Chef. The league main course is prime beef steak, but all I have enough filet to beef. I saw an oddball in the trash. Yo, mon petit, we're busy here, and on the way. This ship is a luxury liners for trainers. At every port, we hold parties with invited trainers. Who's our lead? Yep. Let's go. In all my travels, I've never seen any Pokemon sleep like this one. It was something like this. Tornadus. Look at this Tornadus sprite. Oh my god. These legendaries. That's a Machamp. Check out what I fished up. Yeah, those are just Machamp sprites, you're right. Try Supersonic. Alright, now let's switch. Thundershock. No, god damn it. Got a crit. And the... Damn, it got the crit and the flinch. Alright. Dark Root Basculin. God damn it. Sam Purloin. Oh man, Frillafish. Gets a stupid cat. Alright. One last layer. Yeah, it's not bad. Like, consider a lot of the other sprites. Oh my god. Oh yeah, that's right, it's a fucking ghost. I totally forgot it's a ghost water type. It's been so long. Oh, damn. Oh, shit, I totally forgot. It's a ghost type. Yeah, I just gotta send another water type out. I totally forgot I had Lick on Pampoa. Do you want? Yes. Oh. Lame. Come on, Supersonic land. No, these flinches. Failed. No. Oh. Pampor, come on. All right, Drillbird. Okay, the AI is too smart for that. Oh well, no biggie. Saved us a trip. Yeah, I mean, it's going to happen with, like, us constantly trying to build a team up, you know? It's bound to happen. And it's like, what else am I supposed to do? Like, I guess I could just keep grinding in the grass. Yeah, like, doing that battle again, I imagine I still retain, like, whoever, like, got the experience. Alright. This bunch of stupid fish. Just send our stupid zebra out. Man, we're level 17 with this thing. And still just Thundershock. I'll take the tackle for one last layer. Sand. Theory swipe. Why is it 2? I swear we've just been getting 2s lately. Actually, no, we're going to keep Pearl out so we can throw sand in its eyes. It's okay. Send out Tranquil. Gust. Blow away. By any chance, is this your all's first time seeing Unova Red, or have you two played this before? Or anyone's played this? I don't know who is all here. Oh, you haven't played it, Rue? I feel. Gust. Oh, you played Callous Crystal. Yeah, we're definitely going to do that one down the line. Probably going to try to take a good in-betweener between the two, but we will get to Callous Crystal as well. Fuck it. Competing against the young keeps me youthful. Drillbird, get out there. Oh boy. Okay, we're switching out. Oh god damn it. All my other Pokemon are water types. Fuck. Let's go! Drill burr! Drill goes 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 burr! Ah, I feel good, young again. Yeah, that was extremely lucky. Finally, just get a 5 pull. I have hopes his exercise. Well, I imagine his exercise or Exocell Exadrill sprite's going to be pretty ugly. It's going to be probably like a Sand Slash like change up, I imagine. Right? It has to be Sand Slash mod. Oh, he's gonna look fucking terrible in this. It's gonna be great. He's gonna look so awful. Yeah. We'll go that way in a second. Let's keep making our way through here. Who are you two? And I do appreciate that these sprites are ugly. And you don't try to back away from it. Pokemon can cut down small bushes. Ah, yes, I've seen Pokemon ferry people across the water. Okay, well. You want one tattooed, but it'd be hard to pick. Yeah, that's true. Like, I always feel like I would want a Blaziken on me, but I don't know how I would want Blaziken done. Like, I feel like I would want Blaziken. Give me my fire chicken Pokemon. I don't give a fuck. My karate chicken Pokemon. You want that Jigglypuff sprite. That is a valid one. That's a very solid one. Damn it, he got me with the rage. Oh, I'm alive. Panseer. I'll send Pampor. Like, maybe I'll try to, like, get Blaziken on my knee. I don't know why I associate... I mean, I don't know why I associate Blaziken with knees. Or just... I should associate more with this Sky Uppercut. Because I'm pretty sure that's the move it used a lot. Who do we have in front? Sure, we'll just switch. That is true, yeah, I forgot. Yeah, he stands in the... Always, like, in a martial arts position. I forgot. Yeah, it's been a minute. And once we get cut, depending on time, we can take on Surge and see how well we do. If we need to go get Dweeble or not. That'll determine what we do next stream. Because we technically don't need Dweeble. We could just go in with the 2 we have. Windipel, and Cotton, or the Swaldon. So Dweeble would be great just as like a counter to, you know, just electric. But we could always just... World P, yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, but World P, I feel like could buff up to a point. I don't know though. Oh, I wrote them down to, like, in a doc. And it was just like trying to figure out, like, okay, we gotta get like so and so ready. Or think about this Pokemon. Which is fun. Honestly, it gives me a like interesting way of playing these games. Take it easy. Rare candy. Give me the proteins. I need to give it to my fucking cat. My cat needs proteins, baby. Me and my daddy think the Safari Zone is awesome. Have you gone to the Safari Zone in Fuchsia City? It has many rare Pokemon. Rude, did you see the... Did you see, the 8th Gems requirements? The captain looked really sick and pale. I heard many people get seasick. Like, did you see the ridiculous setup we're going to need for Giovanni's? No, I didn't put it into... Well, I think I did. We're going to need 2, like... Haxels or whatever. Axles. Because... Or if we want. Or we can just keep one, Haxorus. But I'm probably just going to bring 2 of the dinosaurs and bring that other dinosaur too. We'll see. We'll see. Fracture. Yeah, you're right. Exactly right. And then Drago or Draco. I don't, but I can only take those 3 into so technically I don't, but it would probably be in my best interest if I did. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm probably going to try to take on Surge with just these 2. And then we'll, you know, if we need Dwebble, whatever. Yeah, depending how great our Haxorus is. But yeah, we got the other dragon we gotta grab too. The party's over. The ship will be departing soon. Hey, matey. Let's do a little jig. Yo. Yes. Yes. So, boy, we're going to have a fun time just, like, catching a grinding Pokemon for a while. Yeah, like, not only do we have to, like, catch them probably at their base forms. Oh, Rue, I totally forgot, like, yeah, his sprite's probably, like the fucking just worse. I'm excited now. Get the fuck out of here. A little saucy. Just like, I want to fuck you. Eyes. Well, Temple here just looks scared as shit to exist. It looks like a sperm that's lost its way. Toss a drink. Thank you, Shark. God damn it, got me with the supersonic. There are more sand in its eyes. We're confused no longer. Oh, damn, we missed. Oh. Oh, we're going. Fuck it, just switch. When does my whole team learn something better? Like, I feel like half my team are like burdened with bad moves right now. Yeah, they're broccoli, you got this. Let's see. Get ourselves back over here. Heal up. I think what, we got just like the upper floor. And then like another battle on the deck. And then our rival. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how we feel after that. No. Thankfully. Thankfully they do not have conditions for the rival fights. It's only the gym leader fights. So let me double check just to be triple clear. Yeah, I got paid. Woohoo. Again, I can't recommend y'all try, like, you know, maybe try and set this up and try and retro achievements for yourselves. Yeah, there's no rival fight. Especially if you, because they do have like ROM hacks for like certain challenges as well. And like special, like doing the Professor Oak challenge or Nuzlocke challenges. Oh shit. My buddy Girderer is super strong. He has enough strength to move big rocks. Oh shit. Alright, let's see who can use a rare candy right now. Let's get Purloin. What? Oh. Oh yeah, I know the bag's tiny. Body Slam. Oh, we could give Purloin a good move. Let me double check. Yes. Yes. Scratch. Oh, Purloin's not going to be so useless. Body Slam's going to be really, really clutch. Water gun. Bide. Mega Punch. I mean, we could give it a Pampor. That'd be goofy. It's, you know, it's probably very... I'm already angry at the accuracy now. I don't want to be more angry at the accuracy. Whirlwind. Thunderwave. You should... Purloin can... That's really not nifty. Actually. Well, wait, we already have Body Slam. Wait, so I get Purloin Thunderwave for now? I was just like thinking, like, I know Body Slam has a chance. It's basic guarantee. Fair. And we still have our... And we can still annoy the shit out of everyone with... throwing sand in everyone's eyes. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. He was about to learn it sooner than later. Oh, Seismic Tossed. Let's give it Pampor. Pampor would probably do good with Seismic Toss, right? And we gotta keep Pampor all the way to Elite Four anyways. Yes. Just get rid of Lick. As much as I want to give her a Fury Swipe, Lick is kind of just... It's there. It's Lick. Dig. And Drillbird will learn Dig sooner than later. Bubble Beam, wow. You'll learn Bubble... Purloin! That's interesting. Yeah, I know, right, Rue? Like... yeah, I'm good. I'm just doing it. Like, everyone else will or already learns Bubble Beam. Let's just get rid of Fury Swipe. We need it for the Elite... No, yeah, we need it for the whole Elite Four. Purloin and... or Liepard is taking on the whole Elite Four. Along with the Haxorus that we grab along the way. Well, we'll switch into it. That's goofy. Nah, for sure. No, that'll come in handy. Like all of that will just be super, super useful. Ah, you weirdo, you looked me. Yeah, we already had Bubble Beam. Let's get our goofy cat out here. I can't believe I just fed this cat 3 TMs. I mean, we have to take this thing all the way to the Elite Four, so might as well invest in it now. Monster cat, exactly. It's gonna be so goofy, just feeding it all the, like, the power-ups we find along the way. Blitzel! Yeah, we also don't have any special requirements for Rocket's hideout either. It's like my cat, body slamming everything. It just needs you to wake up, just gets you with the body slam. Oh, come on. You could definitely get it confused. Cool. Then we'll switch you out. Oh well. Blitzel. Oh shit. Of course it stopped being confused on the turn in. And when is this motherfucker going to learn good moves? Oh yeah, that's right, I'm against a ghost. I keep forgetting. Damn, it still got me through the paralysis and to two sane attacks. Your spirit sank me. Yar. You know what they say about sailors and fighting. What is that game? Please explain. Why do I even think I can outspeed it? That they like to? There's not an innuendo that they're trying to insinuate here. Like in the last fucking ROM hack we play. Yeah, I changed the filter a little. So we're now using Game Boy Light, which is an exclusive Game Boy. That was only released in Japan. We still got a little bit. And welcome, EK. I hope you is well. Should I take on? Yeah. Let's take him on. I like feisty kids like you. Alrighty. Welcome, EK. We're playing Unova Red, but in Gen 1. Or... yeah, I know, right? Glad I'm not the only one going, huh? I'm so glad I replaced that lick with Seismic Toss. Also, the man, that man shouldn't be near children. Facts. Trying to learn Bite. Finally. Yes. Fury Swipe. Get the fuck out of here, Fury Swipe. Oh, finally. Panpour. Bite. Get them to flinch. Oh, goddamn, I got a critical hit. I got home from work and I'm thinking of making myself some salt and vinegar cucumbers. Ooh. God, that does sound good. That does sound really good, actually. Let's see, after this battle, give me a second. And Panpour. You just love it when they just have the same Pokemon. Just all in a row. But there's some very good sprites and some very cursed sprites in this game. It's great. It's definitely a ROM hack I definitely recommend any old Pokemon fan to try out. Now I'm also playing with retro achievements on currently. Okay, just want to make sure. You're concerned for all the... oh, yeah, true. Okay, I think this is the last two. Okay, I just gotta go heal. Okay, the last two rooms. What do you mean? You can figure it out. Don't worry. You eventually... Look, I've seen you play Let's Go Pokemon. What's the difference? What's the difference? Look, look, we're in the same place. You know, look, we're in Kanto. Basically... And don't worry, there's no shinies here, so you don't have to worry about shiny hunting. This is before shinies. But there is a Kalos hack, or Kalos crystal, and it does have shinies in that one, I think. It has like everything, but just the Gen 6 Pokemon in that one, which is pretty great. Yeah. Alright, let's take on the last couple rooms, and then our rival. It won't be so long. Just like, what, 4 fights? Probably 5. I can't remember if I already fought this guy or not. A sailor's that Pokemon too. No shit, man. No shit. I have not just fought a ship full of sailors. Did you know? Us sailors like to fight with Pokemons. Like, I have not just been, like, here for the last, like, 30 minutes fighting y'all. Oh my god, and we missed 3 times in a row with that move. So let's just, retreat. Let's, see, it makes the Pikachu noise. You could just listen to the noises and figure out what type of Pokemon there are. There you go. Oh wow, and we got the paralysis. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting. I like switch to the bird. I did learn the types that are good against dark type are basically embodiments of goodness. Like, what, like Jigglypuff? And all the fairy types? Clefairy? Chansey? Is Chansey a fairy type or normal type? And this is our Purloin. This challenge is going to make it the Harbinger of Doom. Especially if we just paralyze enemies and just hit them with a fucking shit ton of sand attacks. It is now, asshole. Oh, damn it. It was normal, but it became fairy when it was introduced. Is this your big Timmy? No, so, like, the achievement set I'm going for has us using certain Pokemon at certain points in the game. So, like, I'm basically bouncing around, like, a roster of Pokemon that we have to, keep up and get ready for the Elite Four and things like that. So, like, the cat, we gotta take all the way to the Elite Four. Not as its current form, but in its evolution form. So, we're just investing in it now. Okay, you're not bad. Same with our monkey. Same with our bird. And no less, there's level caps on some of the encounters. So we can't even, like, try to over-level if we wanted to. So, like, we have 2 Pokemon right now that are in storage because I don't want to risk them over-leveling during all this. It's a very interesting, like, and super, like, interesting way of playing this game. It's definitely forcing me to use mons that I would never consider. Or just being like, whatever. I got all these other... It's a bunch. It's just they each gym has its own challenge. Cheerin was the first gym, or Cheerin is the last Elite Four one maybe. Now think about it. Yeah, I think it's Elite Four one now I think about it. So, Gust. Let's just go Gust. Alright, Pampor. You got this. Just toss him, just throw him away. And this port does add the dark type. It basically adds the typing up to generation 5, but does not add the abilities from, like, you know, or item abilities. And also the special stat is back as one stat. That was weird. Did that sound weird? I was gonna make you my assistant too. What? Alright, let's just do it. Let's just... Matey, you're walking the plank if you lose. Man, they're going to murder a kid over a Pokemon card game. Or Pokemon battle. Oh, Scraggy. Bubble Beam. Oh, please, Pampor, please just throw this motherfucker. Ah! That's so lame. That's so lame. Drillbird. Drill goes burr. Drill goes burr. Drill goes burr. Ah, beat him by a kid. Arg. Gonna walk the plank myself. Out of embarrassment. Alright. Let's see. I think we got one more battle. And then our rival. So get ready. Let's see how we do against our rival with our mostly water team. I guess I could switch out and get in another couple Pokemon. Yeah, I kind of want to, just in case for this fight. Let's pull out... Oh. Let's... just put you away for now. And Drillbur. Well, no, Blitzel. Blitzel is actually going the big one. Drillbur at least has, like, a metal typing going on. Yeah, we'll bring Hogwatch. And we'll bring... I'm trying to think of what our rival has. Grass. Oh, yeah. We'll bring Whirlpea. We'll try not to use Whirlpea till the very end, but we'll see how it goes. All in one workout. Goddamn. What is this? That's the third one tonight, right? Or fourth one tonight, right? Third? Okay. think this guy needs a fight. Scrubbing the deck is hard work. Okay, never mind. I stepped out to get some fresh air. Moving the fourth, if others held you to my standards. Fair. Oh yeah, you weren't here the first hour. That's right. I forgot. Alright, let's yeah, Rue's focus on the important things, like Pokemon training. I just sent out poor Drillbird. Alright. Alright. Rival time. Let's go. Thankfully, the rival fight does not... Any of these rival fights do not have any stipulations, so... We don't have to worry about... Be vile. Bonjour, NDK. Imagine seeing you here. NDK, were you really invited? So how's your Pokédex coming? I already caught 40 kinds, pal. Different kinds are everywhere, crawling around grassy areas. Be vile wants to fight. Tranquil. Go, Drill goes burr. Drill goes burr. You'll one day be a really great Pokemon. We just gotta put a little bit more time into you, buddy. Oh, there we go! There we go! Drill goes burr! Drill goes burr! Watchog, we'll stay. Alright, let's try Purloin. I know, it looks great. Look at that art. And just to piss you off. Just some... I'll bide. Alright, I'll just throw sand in your eyes until you're done. Do you think we made Purloin, like, viable? Sandy Cheeks gone wrong. Did we just made Purloin, like... Oh, you weren't here for Zara. Yeah, look at that smug motherfucker. Look how smug he is. He's zooted. What's happened to the baby? What do you mean? The baby's okay. That's me, right? Man, we really did make this cat, like... This cat's gonna be in Pete wins. Wow, we don't even need World P. Yeah, let's not... Yeah, we'll send out Tranquil, then... Just like that smug look has not... I mean, it's translated. Translated into the Game Boy. Alright. Be vile.
At least you're raising your Pokemon.
What? Alrighty. Let's go. Look at that tit. It has a tit. It has a titty cat. I heard there was a cut master on board, but he's just a seasick old man. But cut itself is really useful. You should go see him. Smell you later. Ugh, I feel hideous. Ugh. NDK rubbed the captain's back. Rub, 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 rub. Whew, thank you. I feel much better. You want to see my cut technique? I could show you if I wasn't ill. I know. You can have this. Teach it to your Pokemon. You can see it cut anytime. HM. Woohoo! Yo, our titty cat here is going to take us to the top. Look, we just hit them with the sand. Look, we hit them with Thunder Wave, then throw sand in their eyes, and then it's over. GG's. And then we can even just switch around if we need to. Yeah, I already got everyone. I went... Yeah, I did these, right? I'm always... Oh, yeah. Alright. I just don't want to fucking miss, like, a pickup item. But I think I got them all. It's like not much more after there. Yeah, we're just going to go through because, oh god. Imagine me, oh god, imagine just having like replay this whole fucking game just because you forgot item on the SSN. I already got the ball there, but that's not even part of the achievement. Then let's just walk in here, make sure. Apologies, but I just want to triple check. All right. I don't know. As a kid, I always thought the SSN was bigger, and I got lost more often. But I think I was just like a dumb kid. Yeah, the tickets is sit in my inventory forever. Alright. Let's get to the save point. And I think tomorrow we'll just pick up and get into some more of this. Let's just keep on digging at this game. I've been enjoying it. I've been really enjoying this. Oh, speaking of Pete Wentz. I did get a shirt today that I want to show off. Alrighty. Alrighty. Yeah, I was pretty stoked to getting this today. Or, like, yesterday. No way to talk to you when you're dead on arrival. You're so sweet. This is side one. Okay, we're going to end it here. My cat, Zeusy, wants attention. I'm pretty sleepy. Thank you all so much for vibing and chilling with me tonight. Much appreciated. Let's see. Let me give EK a shout out before we leave. If you haven't already, follow EK. Why? Because I just like making sure friends follow friends. Yeah, exactly. There, you got me. And let's see. Let me double check my Twitch real quick. If you're not already following, feel free to follow. Feel free to join the Discord. Feel free to check out my friend's music, who does the stream music. Let's see. I think. Oh wow. Okay, maybe I don't have maybe I don't have a raid out right now. Yeah, I only have like the one automatic channel that I follow that's kind of on, but that's it. But thank you all so much for vibing, hanging, chilling. We're going to continue this tomorrow at 9 p.m. Eastern. More take on Surge, take on the next set of Achievos we need to grab. Get our next starter and then immediately put them in a box until we start grinding out experience. Yeah. For sure, EK. Thank you so much. I would love a raid recommendation. Oh, damn it. Alright, y'all. Stay safe out there. Have a wonderful rest of your night. Thank you so much for vibing and chilling. Tomorrow we'll be back more Pokemans. Stay safe, y'all. Much love.